Hello. Hello, chat. Sorry for the extended start screen there. Let's have a look. Okay. Okie dokie. Music, wow. I put on some Final Fantasy music in the background. It's been awfully, tame? Yeah. Ooh, Balam Garden, though. Here, let me get Disco Elysium booted up. Da, 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 da. We love casting spells. Why is my monitor so janky? Okay. Where? I'm gonna have to change the Twitch picture to something else, I think. Okay, how are we looking with the webcam today? Yes, webcam, no webcam. Yeah, let's go webcam, fuck it. So let me readjust the mic. And then my trouser belt. Bear with me a second, chat. It is so warm. I don't know why I'm so warm. Let me take a paracetamol as well. Yeah, we'll keep the starting view on. Just while I take a What? Okay. Sure, that was weird. Okay, where are we? Where am I? It's happening. It's gonna start. It's begun. It's already begun. Just put the headset on. Leave it alone. No, I can't. Okay. Now I'm leaving it alone. What is that? What is that? There's like a little bit of hair. What is that? Whatever. Anyway. Play video game. What I'm here for is to continue. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Continue. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what point I saved that, unless I let the game autosave. Okie dokie.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
Let's read the case files.
Half an hour to piece one together.
That's
using
fine.
the system you've devised. Which one do you want?
Let's read the next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Coudon. Cause of failure: rent too high.
The rent is too damn high.
Is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads,
Okay.
"True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles.
That must be
2 days,
huge.
the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
To find out who came up with
The
it?
case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Remove the mural, it is wrong. Keep the mural, it is right. Wait. 9,000 people have seen that message, right? Ah! What's going on, River? How we doing? Wait, that wasn't really, that wasn't really much of a scream. That was like a screech. God, sorry, I need to get comfortable. I've got something like chafing me a little bit. It's bugging me a little. Okay. So do I care about... Is it graffiti? Do I care about the crew agrees to clean up the mess. My partner is against the removal. But people want to keep it. Spreads to ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rumbling on the street as to how juvenile and stupid it is. A choice between 2 options. I guess people voted to keep it.
A staggering 78% of voters
Ball
choose
stuck
to
to
keep
thigh
it. Turns
for
out
today.
the opposition were a loud minority.
That's
And that love truly is possible.
it's just
in the
a
next
tight
world
pair of
for
underwear
new
because I don't have
people.
any clean,
And it is
like,
too late for
chill
us.
underwear. So it's like something that's shrinked in the wash. I mean, I should just like gone commando, you know. That's too much information. Anyway, moving on. I should. All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class. Middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature. I like it, but we can't wreck on other nations instead. I must have voted and possibly even lobbied to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. What's the wishy-washy answer? Why the middle class? Why not the upper class? Right?
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
What about the unsolvable
AKA
case?
Leslie and Burke.
Spinaki? I couldn't do...
AKA the public indecency
I couldn't
drunk and
do...
the property damage drunk
I couldn't do
is a
face cam
cursed case.
if I
It has
was
been
straight
passed from
naked. I couldn't get away with that.
unsuspecting
That
to
wouldn't be...
unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January
couldn't do that.
29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable.
It's a cursed case. That sounds well. I'm a
Leslie
paranormal
will
detective.
always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression.
I would keep them off the streets.
You would think that, but you're wrong.
Oh.
Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is.
So they're actively subjecting people to it, so they want that.
Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Leslie is doing property damage.
No, that's Burke. Leslie's shtick is flashing his genitals, remember?
Yeah, of course.
How will you ever solve the unsolvable case if you can't even get that straight?
That's true.
Turns out it's pretty simple. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger.
That's assaulting an officer.
He must have confused it with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're also drunk. Drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face, then proceed to beat him unconscious with it.
My God.
In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
So all it took was a bit of old-fashioned, a beatdown.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
Yeah, murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum 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 at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
How was it unconnected?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister. Was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful.
He was
Awful
shit.
sense of humor too.
That's the
The
worst.
worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Oh.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
So it's going to be his final case that was uncrackable and he had no lead, so...
Okay,
Bro.
so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Really stupid. Can you get high off it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Stupid.
Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does.
Oh, damn.
He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
Sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table and died.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't
Yeah,
know.
but bro.
Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
Bro sucks. Flash. You know what? It's 7 p.m.
Not
We'll
much
look at
has changed.
some of these case files a little bit later. Oh, what's my... I have a
Kingdom
thought.
of Conscience.
Ah,
The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and
oh,
the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
okay. Whatever you say. Does it matter that there's like little lightning strikes? No, it doesn't. I don't fucking know. Intellect is at 3, motors are at 5. I really haven't like touched anything on the motor skills. I have no skill points either. Okay. Let me look at my journal. What can I do? Could speak to Joyce for a little bit? Whirling secret passage. There's strange doors in the whirling. No one knows where they lead. Find a way to get in there. I'd love to. But I don't know how. Because there's something to do with, like, this little area. There's, like, anything to do with this. Most people settle for bed after 9, or not long after. Okay. Heyoh. I want to triple check that there's nothing here that I can, like, see or touch. No doors or anything for me to do it. Alright, Kim. Let's just get out of here. Getting dark-ish. Only on day 2 as well. God, these days take forever. I was about to speak to Kuno again just to bother him. Maybe there's some useful books for me that I could actually help, like, that would actually help me, rather than reading Norse fanfiction.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular sword with
No, I don't want Hjelmdal, man.
a small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Storekeeper, what board games do you have here?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography.
Boring.
Graubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while.
Monopoly.
We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
I don't feel as if I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It costs 12 real.
Fun. What's all the Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all.
Those kinds.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts.
Of course
That
they.
they
Oh
have
my
rituals
god.
where they try to summon entities. Highly
Yeah.
immoral stuff. You can
Got
still
that
buy them,
pearl
though.
clutching Christian mother. It's, oh, the D&D is the devil's work. It's satanic. Oh god, I stole the map, didn't I? Kim thinks I'm like actually kind of a prick. For sure, like, of course we can't be friends. Right, I'd better go speak to Joyce real quick. We'll have a little low-down reality memento. Whoa, what is that? What is this garbage? Oh no, it's more fucking... Just an empty crate. Come on, Harry Dubois, let's move. If that's even your real name. Sunset Tequila. I'm gonna see if she knows much about Everett.
You're back. Good.
What can I help you with?
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear about these trade
First,
secrets?
you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
How do I repeal
Why?
that?
By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Okay.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Yeah, but what is your role in this?
I believe the official title is Senior Labour Negotiator. In practice,
Son.
I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
The sun. What did I do? Oh, I just closed. Chrome tab. Like. Cool. There we go. All better. She's a negotiator, apparently.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Yeah, but...
Wait,
well,
she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
and she didn't mention that before because that kind of seems like that's obviously related.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Measurehead.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
So the strike is connected to the lynching then?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are
Those
more,
bastards.
I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
So what happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Cool.
Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What were they demanding?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Right.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Do they know anything about, like, how business work?
In its defense, another said, demand democracy.
Fair.
Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200
wild.
workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
So what are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again.
So they really are expecting that, or... They're doing something. What
And
are they
now,
doing?
people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
I mean, are they looking for like a little civil war?
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them
The
there?
scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Let's call them strike breakers. You would put it. You're right. I don't know what got me there. Some degenerate dockworker lingo has rubbed off on me. Don't let her answer it herself. Let's call them strike breakers. You put them here, right?
If these strike breakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Avrat?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
You mean that?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
The sun is right in my eyeballs. And now I'm glowing. Oh my god, Harpy, you're glowing. Okay, we can do that while the sun is direct. No, I can't. Actually, that kind of hurts my eyeballs. Ah, sun, please. Put the exposure back. There we go. Why it can't have like automatic exposure, I don't know. But we'll chill with this for now. Okay. Of course not. Avrat is fantastically corrupt.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
That's Avrat,
He is
alright.
the most corrupt individual I have ever seen.
But I don't
and
think he's
I
that
deal with
corrupt.
men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Edgard? Now there's two of them?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
We've been speaking to Edgar then.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Yeah, but what about, like, who runs it, like, outside
The
of the
Debarders
brothers?
Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debarders are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debarders Union is...
Effective advocate for workers' rights, giant leech-sucking life, basically a socialist mob.
Thank you for being
Let's go with
candid.
that.
Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
What happened in the elections, you
I'm
say?
glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union.
Okay.
She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This
Strange.
forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter.
Thank you for your
Oh,
concern,
shit.
man. We'll be just fine.
I accidentally just... The point of the presentation is these kinds of things happen around the Claires, which... watch out when you're dealing with them. It's fine. That's all I need to hear. Let's
Of
change the
course.
topic.
How else can I help?
Well, I'm going to go back to speak to Everard. Got some questions
More
about
lessons
reality.
in basic reality? My favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Late for what?
For the big time.
And that is?
The revolution.
So what is the revolution that everyone keeps talking about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it was a bunch of apes duking it
Well,
out?
of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes? Are they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
She shoots... She looks at you, her gaze sharp, okay. Neutral.
On the other hand,
She turns north to the bombed out buildings lining the waterfront, then shivers slightly. Who got shot in the
those
head?
would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
Bro.
But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did they shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Jesus Christ. That's horrible.
Yes. The Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Yeah, no, that's not better.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got these mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And the liberals are?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or
Huh?
the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
So the middle class in this area, they're like the upper class, as I understand it. They're like, they're like the ruling class.
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head.
We have to think
remember?
of, like, the way this game, like, at least the politics going on. I mean,
She's one of them, of course.
if everyone got shot, who was there to surrender
The
to?
foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
And who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
Okay.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now.
the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Not just technically, practically as well. I like what I've heard about these people. If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yeah, I am. Also not.
From a most endearingly moralist standpoint, it must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work.
Well, you know, someone's got to do it.
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
Where did it spread?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
And after the end?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
And the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
So it's been like this for 43
Time
years.
flies.
What have we all been doing that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
And after those years?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
The government was overthrown in '08. So the year is 51 now, yeah? So for 43 years, West Revachol has just been an absolute shit show. And if Dubois is like in his 40s, pushing 50s, then he's grown up in this world. It's when they, that was disco
Yes.
time.
And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Huh. Which side was the Wild Pines group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
So they chose wisely?
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
Would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
You have done differently.
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I would have killed more. 400 million. I don't know what I would have done
And
differently.
you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here, during the beachhead, defending the coast the day the coalition took the city.
Possibly.
No, almost certainly. The commune would have forced you. Such was the fate of the undecided.
Well, it's
They
enough
are
about the
what they
times.
are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, Enough sentimentality.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't get out this time.
Seriously, I want to know who you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
Okay.
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío. A liberal.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. Perhaps you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra anymore. Not in broad daylight. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, are you repulsed?
I'm not
In her
surprised.
green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I don't
A
care.
fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Azon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
That
Nothing's
settles that then.
settled. Simply fades away. Like a lover who has lost their faith.
Jamais
Now,
vu thought complete
shall we
plus
return to
12.
reality?
Oh man. What is reach for something fundamental?
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see, Joyce?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. In the DeLorean century. When humanity was high on this world. Discovering more and more of it. These archipelagos included.
What was that term?
Elysium.
World does not deserve a term of endearment. No, I don't disagree. Elysium, the world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is
A
hell? Well, am
term
I
of
really that
hatred
amnesiac?
That originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I feel like I've gotten a clear picture.
Let's. I am after.
That's
glad
all
to
I
have been
need.
of assistance. The little that I know.
Well, thanks anyway. Right, I gotta race to Everard because he's bro looks straight up like Edgar. You know how I was like going on about yesterday? I was like, you know, his eye kind of funny in the portrait. Knowing now that Edgar, let me straight up just give him some trouble. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Dubois. I kind of low-key wish there was a pseudo fast travel where I could just have the game move me to a particular area quickly. I'd be completely fine with it taking away my time. But I just want to be able to get somewhere quicker.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
That weasel I visited, turns out he has one hell of a collection of colonial mugs.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
See how we're all busy concentrating on racist mugs? That's what the ruling class wants. A man with such funny mug collection can't be that bad. All I'm saying is he had a lot of mugs. I mean, yeah, he's probably got some old values.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
I gotta go. I gotta go rush to Everett. Or at least I've gotta go to the Claire. Let's go. Come on, Dubois. Run, boy. Wait, hold on. Can I grab that? Is that something that I can grab from here? No. So I really want to touch this button. Desperately, I want to touch this button. Okay, that must have been something I did in a much earlier playthrough. Or rather, like, one of the few things I did on day one. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. You.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
I know who you are. Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again?
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you. By all means, Harry.
No.
What's on your mind?
A few more things regarding
Great.
Joyce.
You want to bounce something off your old friend, Mr. Clare, right? Well, let's hear it, Harry.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Goumont?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations, so why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
Right, but Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, because Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
Joyce seems to think the union is lowballing her.
Yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
If she actually...
He doesn't want to see her.
Absolutely, Harry.
Okay.
What's on your mind?
Let's talk about my lost gun quickly.
What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale.
Never mind.
Is it the words paranoid
can we
schizophrenic
go
and
over
lost gun in... You bring joy to my heart.
Wait. Oh shit, I
Such
accidentally
a pleasure
accepted
to
the...
be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
Okay, we're not actually doing that.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Oh, well, let's look at the zoning
The
plan.
youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall. practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say.
And what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
Well, I'll try to find a loophole in this deal. Sentry's very close to the house. Ominous shape. It's a white check, so I can try again.
There doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print.
Failed the
You're
92%.
smart. You can read.
Bro, you're out of your fucking mind. Ain't no way I fucked those. What the fuck are you talking about? This isn't right. Okay, I need to waste an hour. I want to. What am I gonna do? Because I need to be. I need to be really careful about the skill points that I'm using. Talk to this guy again.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hey, tough guy. I had more questions.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
We'll see.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Who are these strike
Honest
breakers?
men and women, we came here to...
I have a
Had this
question.
before.
Why do all...
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No.
What's your
We
goal
were
here?
promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
You're unable to breach the
Main
entrance?
gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Why don't you talk to him?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. What's it to you?
Where are you from? It's
Am
routine,
I
I
a
have to
suspect?
ask.
Done no crimes.
Already got that image
We're
just
all
in your
workers,
background.
right? Workers stick together. Came from the worked at.
I don't drink. Never
We're
heard of
done.
you. I'm lying. Bye-bye. Okay, that didn't help. The store closed? The store closes, eh? The store's open. You. What do you know about what's going on? You know nothing. You don't give a shit.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Does Street have a warehouse in the back of the
A
Whirling Rats?
warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
This is important.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond. That's fine. That's all I wanted. Was that so hard?
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Can I have a Nosfed?
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
And what's this? It's just,
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall. inviting you closer.
Now this is my
The bottles
jam.
wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like
Bro.
looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Love alcohol. Love alcohol. This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
What the fuck is that bottle? I'm gonna need to leave. I'm gonna try not to be an absolute. I'm not gonna I don't want to relapse. Let me speak to my friend here.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
I've got nothing to say to anyone here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the small blue sector, indicating the engine is cold. Next to the gauge is a red switch, labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Okay. Fine, if you want to be a buzzkill. Ooh. You. It's getting late and people have filled in now.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
You're rolling
Like I
all this.
already told you, I am not
How'd it go?
even a mod.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debut.
Get a grip, Glenn. She went to
Fucking
law
what?
school.
Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn, they aren't.
Phone is cold and uninvolved.
This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
What's this guy? What's his deal? Why he's standing here? All about money, you know. Let me investigate the kitchen.
You see a heavy
Give
steel
me.
door with.
Let me speak to the cook.
The man ponders his cooking utensils.
What's
He
behind the
looks
door?
up at you.
He doesn't
Shrugging
know.
is an international sign for.
Got some
He
impressive pots, my
smiles
guy.
And bangs his ladle against it.
Okay, bye. Let's go speak to your husband's a scientist, right? I'm with the science
Hello,
team.
dear. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is a
It's a
cryptozoologist?
pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Oh, it's like that, is it, Kitsuragi?
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
Okay, well, your husband is suddenly a lot less cool.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Maybe you should convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Yeah.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Lena, I'd like you to tell me about some of these cryptids that you've studied. Could you tell me about a few of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. This won't
Okay.
turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Kim. Just one little cryptid.
He
Promise.
nods and assumes a waiting posture. Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the most dangerous No, are there any invisible
What an
cryptids?
interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
There are!
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Oh, Kim. Kim, shush. Let her tell me about the invisible cryptid.
Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Koldamama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Could it be here, right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere.
Everywhere?
And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
What evidence is there of the sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing.
Okay.
When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Heyoh mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Koldamama Dakwa, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Go on.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Like, name them individually?
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama Dakwa they followed individually.
What do they sound like?
Like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question.
Oh, so it's not like a...
That
Oh, wait.
it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
The Mama Dakwa so afraid of
That
us.
is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama Dakwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
They amplify each other.
No, dear. They
What?
cancel each other out. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the
What?
right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
But if they're if it's the same... Huh? Am I that that's
After
terrible.
That, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Heyoh, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Koldamama Dakwa population.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Well, interesting.
What about what?
Well, it's been educational. Sadly, we need to discuss something
course,
else,
dear.
and that is that we can't discuss anything. Got.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
About the steel door.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Well, what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some
not a
boring
warehouse.
storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Well, then I'll just
He
let him
looks
pretend.
at the dust on his finger and wipes.
Yes?
Kim, I think we're good, man. I think... Get out of my way. Let's go speak to the Hardy boy real quick.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
The clowns are back in town. Let's establish... Go on. Me and Everett talked. He promised you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Very mature. Everett sent his word, right?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
I'm gonna fail it, why not? Let's establish authority. Massive failure.
Authority. Yes.
Godly failure.
Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Kim, Kim, give me your gun. I'm about to go crazy on these fuckers. First you tell me someone's been raped, then you don't say who. That's bullshit. I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. That's it? That's all I got?
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results.
No, it's
You're
bad
probably
news.
right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
But you tell me someone's been raped, and then you don't say who.
Stop
Bullshit.
shitting your pants. You don't need to know, alright? We took care of it. The law handled it, alright?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
Maybe you're right, maybe I'm not the law after all. Maybe everyone's been lying to me. No, that's terrible. I can't hear you. But I don't know if I would. You're not the law, I'm the law.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop crashing into people in my establishment! Stop provoking those oafs! They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat.
This doesn't concern you, cafeteria manager. Shut up, barman.
What is your...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
We are deep in Far's territory. We need to cool off and re-engage.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
That was fucked. I knew that was... I mean, I'm a recovering addict. It's fine. I can get away with it. I don't know. There's several different... If you can hear me, River, there's several different kind of wolf cuts, but mullet... I don't think a mullet is a no-go.
Was that? Could it be? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
No, I'm gonna listen closely.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
You said you couldn't hear me because you were lurking. So I had to communicate with facial expressions. Let me listen. I'm gonna listen closely.
There it is again. You are about to rediscover a long-lost species.
Keep listening.
It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on my shoulder.
The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Then go. Leave. Leave like everything else. Don't go. No, come back, please. Listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Oh, I can't unlock any free thought bubbles. I mean, I guess I can read a book and then think about the White Morning. Let's read this book. What's this book about?
In your hands, you hold 16 days of coldest April.
Shows an image of row concrete apartments above a span of black and white rainbows.
The book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead.
How long is this book?
You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long.
What's the back cover?
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
What do they look like?
She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. And yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Start reading.
With cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugoslavia riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes. It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Yeah, let's read 10 more pages.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence.
That's a little bit like 1984.
He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one.
It's miserable.
The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude. Their bodies.
Why can't I put this book away?
Life leaves their remains between the soil sheets. Their final thoughts are filled with regret.
Okay, that was miserable.
The note is written. The worn map features your finger finally.
For more details.
No good to me. That doesn't help. Okay. Need a basement apartment. Boudoir. No, Debois Union card. Door, back door, key to apartment building, key to room 1. Okay. Do you know what? Oh wait, oh no, oh I've read that, I've spent that whole time reading that book. But I need to go speak to Lady. It's 9.
The door is closed. Still, no. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. This door can only be opened with a key of...
God damn it. Am I... What am I... You know, give me that. Open this fucking door. Break this door down.
The door...
No, don't do that. Let's party. How do I get... But I'm sure. She's still up there smoking? No one smokes for a whole day. Are you crazy? Visit apartment 28 sometime after 9 to see if anyone's home. Been a mysterious stranger smoking on the balcony of the apartment. About the murder. Find out where he lives in question. Oh, fuck, you fool! Harpy! You fool! No, you fool! I'd better hurry. Not this smoker, the guy that was like... Oh, come on. Hurry. You gotta hurry. I gotta get there with my clipboard in hand as I run with my boombox. Definitely, you know, a sight you want to be seeing. It's what's keeping me going, it's what's amping me up to get there. What are the kids still doing around? Okay, apartment 28, which is above, up. What?
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution.
Right.
Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
What does it evoke in me?
You see noble aims, but also mountains upon mountains of corpses. They should have taken a more measured approach. Also, you're really smart.
You're right. They should have taken a more moralist approach.
Of idealism, unrestrained by humanism. Never again.
Why is the thought bubble still fucking around? Balcony. Sorry. Do I want to go here? Is this where I want to be taken? Oh, I don't know. I'm so... Where the fuck... What is this? Hold on, hold on. Let me take this off. This is ridiculous. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy, perhaps? 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. Rats of the sea eddy. Enough coal to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Boiler home, laborer jeans. Sure. Why not? Use the pry bar. I want to get in here. Let me in. Oh, 4 real and 27 cent. Hell yeah. Bro, how the fuck do I get there? Why have I forgotten how to do this? How did I get there? I'm sure I got there through... There's stairs. I'm an idiot. There's stairs. That's why. Let me take that off, man. Hurry. Come on, Harry. Go upstairs. Wait. There... That's the exit. No, oh, here, there. There are the stairs. Maroon glow of light pollution rises from above. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. Right, you. Finally.
Gendarmerie. You found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag of his cigarette. We got your hint. Found the key right under that stone. He replies, beautiful, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles
So
in his
tell me,
eyes.
Are you here to make things right again?
I'm not going to make things just right. I'm going to make them spectacular. Drama, baby.
Beautiful.
A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Why? Very well, I'll talk to him, but I want to talk to you first.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Run
To
where?
the city. It's a beautiful
He
night.
gestures idly towards the distant motorway. Only if you promise that we'll talk again. It's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take
Is-
care, alright?
What? Okay. So that was a lot. There's something so different about him, I just can't put my finger on it.
Different, of course.
I don't know, there's just something mysterious about the way he talks and
Something
moves.
so mysterious about the way he talks.
Very mysterious.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Yeah. Let's go interview the Sunday friend. Before the white morning. Whatever the white morning is about. And the little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and finally, in a matchbox house. Sitting by the window, white flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. The white morning. A modern death. Divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him. Make him smaller. Make him less you. I get more zoom out distance. That's a handy video game thing. All motoronics caps are raised by 1. Useful. Okay, that's a very like video game mechanical thing to help. Man, I wanna believe. I wanna believe in Mothman. Sharpening my ears could be handy though. Like, how will you move your body? Your influence over other people. What's that? Whatever happened to Guillermo le Million? Who? No. Some of this doesn't make any sense to me. Magnesia-based life form. Yeah, let's interview the Sunday friend. How would I level that up? I guess... Let's go interview the Sunday. Oh, never mind. Quarterly Business Magazine. Let's... Ooh, what's under here? Hold on. You can wait. Samaran colonial hat. Okay, I'm not going to be wearing that because that's pointless. I mean, I look dumb enough as it is. Empty ashtrays. Soaked up in a pot. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local uni. Exquisite candy bed made of metal, sure. An old photo of the same apartment dated 01. Wow. 50 years ago. Expensive man's perfume lingers in the air. Party Dragon Why am I... It's quite the, Oh! +1 drama! Say less. Joe, let's put these on. Let's... Oh, they're actually, like... -1 reaction speed, +1 electrochemistry. +1 electrochemistry. Savoir faire. Whatever. -1 would really suck. What does this do? Sneaking. Sneak under the... Stun them with your immense panache. As opposed to... What? Reaction speed? No, I like having reaction speed. Electrochemistry can go fuck itself. This is giving +1, -1 rhetoric, which is +1 logic and -1 suggestion. Oh wow. This sleazy silk bathing robe is vibrant blue, features a roaring dragon on its front, ready to take off into the night. A red belt has been provided for fastening. It's culturally insensitive, but only for people who are not from Seoul. The real Soulites probably don't care. And then, with the mesh tank top, ooh, clinically insane. Become the dragon. Become an addict in a strange bathing robe. Let's get back to wearing my nice shirt. White station? No, just nice regular shirt. Yeah, I look somewhat normal. Okay, let's talk to this Sunday friend then.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Monsieur Laclé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Before we go on, I must inquire about this wonderful canopy.
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy.
I'm sure it is.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
Forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air
The
sweeps across the
lieutenant
balcony.
takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
You actually witnessed this
I'm
lynching.
sorry to say I did, officer.
Is it because you did it, Mr. Vildr? No. Start from the beginning if you don't
Officer,
mind.
it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Right.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
How many of them were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
That
The
tracks.
lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Were any of them huge, like 200 kilograms huge?
Giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
What happened
I went
next?
back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men? Women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
Did you tell their ethnicity through an accent?
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
And then what happened after this?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
What do you mean by nothing happened?
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
That does seem strange.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
But let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself.
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thank you for your
Of
time.
course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
What's an official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Sure, but what are you actually doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Whatever you wish, officer.
Can you tell me about your friend?
My friend. My friend is a good young man. This
Alright,
family
gamer.
immigrated here from
Oi, oi.
Cuba, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
Okay. How did you two come to be friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the insular Isola? Oil platforms ablaze.
I mean, you guys are fucking, right?
Civil
Like,
wars lasting for years. Finally, the international
an interesting
community
fellow.
is forced
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him about, like, bureaucracy and shit. He's like, oh yeah, I'm here from the coalition, just, like, chilling out, like, doing stuff. What else have you missed? Not too much. I spoke to Joyce, and she told me about how Evrat has a brother called Edgar, and that Edgar has a funny eye, a lazy eye. And then it clicked with me. I went, that's what, because remember yesterday when I was saying about how the portrait, like, why is his eye all the way over there? And I spoke about reality with Joyce, found out she's an ultra-liberal. And in this game's lore, the middle class are like the upper ruling class, and like the liberals are like, you know, the what I would assume to be like the sort of the right wing ruling party, like the classist party. At least that's how it's being presented. Sort of, yeah, had a whole reality check. Unlocked the white morning thought stuff, which doesn't make complete sense to me, but it seemed like just a plus benefit gameplay-wise and just to a point stat. Yeah, we're speaking to the Sunday friend. I went back to speak to the Hardy boys. I'm like, your boss told you to play nice, and then I had a little hissy fit with them because I thought, fuck it, why not? That's basically it. Yeah, for the last hour or so. Read a book. Read the coldest April 16 days, whatever, which was miserable. It just made me think of 1984, which is a miserable fucking read. Interesting, but fucking miserable. What else did I do? I read some case files. And then I spoke to Lena about cryptozoologists and an invisible soundwave bird. And then I left the place and I thought, like, oh, I can hear it. The boidy. No one becomes friends like that.
Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. Kendra
What's
is
Kendra?
a candidate member of APIS.
It's not Kendra.
But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
Explain.
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Yeah, but tell me about Kendra itself.
It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate.
What are you doing here by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
Isn't it rude for your friend to leave you alone
We're
like this?
friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active.
Oh, is he active, eh? Oh, okay. He's that kind of active friend who comes and goes. Why don't you just... He's your rent boy. You still haven't told me who he is.
Who?
Your friend, the smoker.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education.
Sure he is.
Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
What's his name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal
I was about to ask if you made it to the next area.
I'm sure you have your
No,
own
we're still on
methods
day
and
2, yeah.
databases, right?
We're going too soon, you can see the
Please don't
time.
put me in this situation.
So all you can tell me is that he's here to study
He's
arts.
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which
He's
arts?
a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows?
You
The
don't
world
know.
I'm all ears, officer.
That's
A
all I
moment.
needed.
Officer, do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Thanks for the heads up,
Of
but my
course.
work here is done. I'm sick of talking to you. Alright, Kitsuragi. It's time for bed. Defon. So all I've been able to access is this area. Tomorrow I'll be able to access this area. Probably. Touch this. Touch it. Touch it. Open it. Touch it. I also liked that one of the cases about the mysterious, unsolvable case that this guy had been on for 10 months, who was an awful detective, was like, oh, I just can't solve it. And then Harry Dubois comes along and is like, oh, yeah, the guy was smoking for like half a day, got up, blacked out, killed himself. Accidentally. Died, I guess. But you don't really kill yourself accidentally, do you? I feel like killing... To kill is a very, like, a very active... It's like it's doing something. It just accidentally died. Okay, it's Betty Bye's time. Kim, it's time for me to go to bed. Go away.
Yes?
How do I tell him to go away without most of the map unlocked? Sorry, yeah. Places you can't go from then on. Oh. Manslaughtered himself.
Yes?
Kim, I want to go to bed. Go away. You can't. You can just go to bed. He won't follow you. Really? Because I don't believe that. See you in the morning. Oh.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Oh. Bedtime. Oh, I'm gonna have to speak to the lizard brain.
It's still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest.
Yeah, it's just because I went in the room earlier in the day and he followed me and I was like, okay, I guess.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming,
I don't like that.
carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly
and your sides are unpleasantly
sides
tender. You wish you could curl up into a
unpleasantly
total
ball of safety,
tender.
but you cannot because of
That
pain.
pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
These are my just desserts. I will endure the pain with dignity. No, yeah, fuck it.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming
They'll let
back
me
to
sleep at
yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments? You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at the people all the time. I like people.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
There's something to be found in them.
At least they're interesting.
Right.
Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears. For people are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves.
That's
a great
tragically
democracy of
poetic.
creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Worst sleep. This is a horrible, sleep simulator. Come on, Harry. But I'm just Harry.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
The expression. Okay. Who are these people? Morning, Kim.
Yes?
Oh, you didn't want to, Morning, Lena.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are.
Sorry. Got.
Can I help you?
No, you can't. Who are these people? Hello.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's
Horse-faced.
uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
Is everything alright? Why don't you want to talk?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
Well, why? I bring word of the end! Have I wronged you? I've done that to a lot of people.
No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay.
She shakes her head and breathes it
Okay,
out.
fine. Let's talk. What did you want?
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct are you from?
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Well,
Fucking deranged lunatic.
Oh. Sunglass-wearing man pushes through his teeth. You're police, right? Cool. So am I.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
Wait, is he
Me?
police?
No, I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
Cool.
Okay.
So what are the police doing
I'm
here?
just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
You're looking out for a horse-faced woman? You're looking out for a horse-faced woman?
Fucking asshole. Are we done here?
Yeah, we're done here.
You look like shit.
Your ruffled face reflects in the man's
And I
sunglasses.
don't mean that as a metaphor.
Why are you so mean? Because that's what my eyes see. And they're being difficult, and I'm starting to get a bit tired with this bullshit. Like, they obviously know who I am. And I get why they'd be upset. But go fuck you. You look like shit, arsehole.
Wow. You seem stable and in control. Allow me to say, alcohol really seems to have had a positive effect on you. Now, what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise.
There's something strange about this guy. Figure it out with my cop
You know
powers.
what it is. It's like the two of you know each other.
I know.
Just ask him.
Look, we're from like the same precinct, right? Because when we were like, when I called the thing up and then it would like play through, like people be like, oh my god, Tequila Sunrise, what a fucking loser.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where?
Yes, from
Another
another
life?
A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
41st.
Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere.
He gives you a long, meaningful look and adds...
Somewhere good.
Let's talk about the hypothetical 41st you mentioned. Okay, that's not what he says. He says, "Oh, the hypothetical 4-1. Yeah, let's fantasize about that." He blinks aggressively. "I'm not busy. You're busy. Let's just play around." Tequila sunset? Oh, not sunrise, but you know, that's just semantics. Look, I'm on my recovery arc. Okay, it's my sunrise. I'm not sunsetting. I'm not old and lame. I'm cool. I do finger guns and shit. What would our relationship have been in this alternate universe?
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment?
You seem like a cool guy. I'd love to have you as a partner.
Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner.
No, you wouldn't cramp my style, man.
Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then?
Who else is in this imaginary police station?
You're not going to believe this, but police officers Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang.
Do you have a... Who is Far Out Son of
Oh,
Lang?
it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you.
Want to tell me more about him, or her?
Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Do you have any crimes to solve?
Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
Are these my fucking handlers?
This isn't helping.
Can't imagine anymore.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
Got some questions for you.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like a sack of shit?
Exactly.
So these are cool shades. Why are you wearing a
Yes,
disguise?
it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening, though. Who is this
Now will
guy?
you answer my questions?
No.
Don't you have to?
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
Oh, I feel that. If you don't answer my questions, maybe you want to hear me say things. Let's talk about something else then.
Or we could go back to doing our jobs. This was stupid.
Kim, who is this guy? No, I know who this guy is.
Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice. So very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
I recognize your voice.
Oh, really? I wonder where.
I lost my badge recently when I called in reporting it missing, and you were there.
That's the where you remember me from?
I have a bit of memory
You
trouble.
don't say. Goodbye then. The
Gotta
first
get back to
thing
work.
was
Have a good rest of
coincidence.
stream, my guy.
Run along, asshole.
Hopefully work is nice and easy. Take care, man. Be sure to catch the VOD so you don't miss anything out. Heyoh, Twitch, Harpy.com. Yeah? Let's go speak to the horse-faced woman.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right?
This whole interaction was perfectly
There's
normal.
something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still.
I know, I should just ask him.
Yes, just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Yes? What is it?
Look, something's been bugging me. Are we or are we not from the same police station?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates?
Are you with him?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Nothing, just
The
wondering.
sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go home.
Okay.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Look, I just have to ask. Are we from the same police station?
I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say?
Okay.
Okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent. Something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Kim, who is this guy?
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Hi, gendarme.
Oh,
The
it's you.
rendezvous.
You're here.
I am. so are you. What brings you here?
Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
Tell him.
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
Did you tell him? Did you tell him
What
about your
friend?
Your Sunday friend, the witness?
No, I don't think it came up.
What did this muscular guy look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Did he have any other identifying traits apart from muscular?
Let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Thanks for the
Sure.
information.
Anything else on your mind?
Well, I met your friend.
You did? And how did you like him?
I didn't like him as much as I like you.
Ah, shoot. Why not?
What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Oh, is that what you mean by a Sunday friend? Is that even a friend?
It is. On Sundays.
Look, we've talked about this guy enough.
What about
What are you doing here?
admiring the atmosphere? What about you, officer?
This is where I'm going to go down in history. I'm going to sing karaoke.
Really? Well, I look forward to that.
What is it about the way he carries himself? Why is it so mysterious to
Could
me?
he be a member of the homosexual underground?
I'm not bringing that up.
Hmm? Bye-bye, gendarme.
So anyway, mate, are you gay? Wait. Oh shit, it's so dark suddenly. It's fucking exposure, the sunlight. Okay. Things should be fixed by now, so let's go across to the... Who are these fellows? Oh, hold on. Sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. Okay, that's not helpful to me at all. This should be working now. Morning, officer.
Rusty
Morning.
You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. The waterlock starts moving.
Incredibly, painfully slowly. Oy.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. That's the task chain.
Look, we have to go, Kim. Everything is kind of at a dead end right now. Really hums with electricity. Electricity. Pills, I love pills. Magnesium. Traffic beyond the gate, more abandoned motor lorries, huh? Signs there's no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. I see. Yo, what are these? Jamrock biker cop sunnies? Oh, hell yeah. That's my... That's Dubois all over. Although now that's given me -1 logic. How is my logic doing? It's at a 3. Leave the reason behind. Feel the streets. not a very empathic person, which is why I've got +1. Why does it not say -1 logic? I've got +1 reaction speed, but if I took that off, that would cancel each other out, so that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'd get electrochemistry, which is... yeah. Fuck it. Oh, well now now I've got nothing on. I need new shoes. I want new shoes.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft, yet crinkly.
What is it?
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Maybe at some other point then. What is this over here? Bring a box to pile the radio pylon. Maybe there's something inside. Maybe. Money! I had decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Right. Shit, there's my car. Right, let's go check the car out. Speaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. Yep. Bottle drained of all its booze is frozen to the ice.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks.
Damn, it's only been like 2 days.
Remember
3
the
days.
tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
This is where the tracks in the past were
It
leading
appears to be so.
Let's
I
investigate.
agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water.
How long has it been here? 3
The
days?
ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but
Yeah.
this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
The make of this MC. Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
How long will that take?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill.
Nice.
The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
God damn it.
Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in the river of leeches? Was your dad also, you know, what does that know? What was he a cop? Or like blind? Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
If you had to side with either the strikers or the shipping company, who would you do? Yeah, do you think I will ever find man? Who would you choose, Kim?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
If someone puts a gun to your head, I guess that's just your way of saying you'd side with the company. I understand what you're saying, you're siding with the union. But if someone had to put a gun to your head...
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
You make out the mark? No.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
You squint your eyes and say, is that the number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
This must be Tommy 41. No, this looks like the factory made a mistake. No, I hate guessing district something, a precinct, something municipal. Oh god, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Oh god, it's mine. I drove this car into the sea?
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
The badge, the gun, and now this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
What's the fourth
More
thing?
precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined.
Memory
Lost
of
forever
before?
into the deepest of seas.
Things were going so well, we were just whistling merrily.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Optimistic. I can still fix
That
this.
is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes
Oh, I
for
can
the
still fix
electromagnetic
it.
steering and brake
Oh.
systems as well.
Didn't read properly.
You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But
What?
in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
Didn't even pay a hostel bill. People are going to be angry at me in the 41, aren't they?
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
They're not going to take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
Maybe I was in pursuit of someone?
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
How do we get it out?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
We're just going to leave it there.
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Well, at least we can see what's in it.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
But hold on, what is that? Touch that. Footprints. Okay, well that's my footprints. The ice just off the coast crackles and shuffles. What are these? Monies?
This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Do you mean the scene of a crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Yeah, a lot of people
Looks like
partied
they were
here, right?
a while, judging from all the bottles.
What are you
The
talking
sunken
about?
motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
A lot of partygoers here, huh?
Looks like it.
Some kind of theatre to them, a circus production by a great clown. Was this party against the law on the ice like this? It was probably public.
Not as such, no.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
I don't really know what's going on. I can't see what I'm supposed to be looking at. I'm going to be completely honest with you, dude. Ooh, a commander's jacket. Oh dear. RCM badge, Lieutenant 2 GRFS Dubois. Nice. Let's have a look at this then. Let's put my nice warm jacket on. +1 cop and +1 brain power. And then I can... That apricot chewing gum. Oh. Whoa! Look at him! So young and, like, not looking like absolute fucking shit.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Oh, my
At least
badge.
something good came out of all this.
Look at the badge. Morning, Blue. Good morning. How you sleeping?
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of the sheet, and in the lower right corner, your precinct.
I'm doing okay. Yeah. You know how I was like all excited because I bought a bunch of My Hero, right? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm finally going to start catching up with 24. Well, I wanted to read, I picked up 24 and I was like, well, before I read 24, let me find 23 so I can catch up with like the Redestro stuff, or like the beginning of the Redestro stuff, so that going into 24 and 25 I know like what the League of Villains is going to be doing. So I go to my cardboard box under my bed, which has all of my volumes of My Hero, and what do I find sitting next to volume 23 but an actual, like, another copy of 24. So I don't know at what point in my brain, but I convinced myself that I didn't have 24, so I bought 24 again. So I have 2 copies of 24. So I basically have to read 2 volumes that I've forgotten about completely. I knew I don't know what happens here apart from new power Midoriya, right? Like, All for One unlocks a new power. Oh, sorry, no, One for All, I should say. One for All unlocks a power. And then I was like, oh yeah, well 24 is going to be like the continuation of that battle with... But no, I'm dumb. But that's fine. I guess I'll, like, sell that copy, or maybe I don't know if I can still return it to Amazon, I'm not sure. But yeah. And that was just today I found that out. I don't know why I convinced myself that I needed volume 24 when I needed volume 25 and onwards. Yeah. It do be like that. Yeah, I mean, I think I told you, right? Like when I bought 24 to 28, they were like, I had Amazon voucher anyway, and there was like a little sale going on, so I got them all for cheaper, so it's not too bad. Like, something like that would usually make me feel like a fucking idiot all day, and it would linger, but I was like, you idiot. And then I got over it. Let's look at the photo.
Man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that.
Like 20 years old?
Maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
He's winking, why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by
He already has the expression.
Although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now.
It's a good thing you didn't think the opposite and be missing a book. Fair, because then I'd like start reading it. I'm like, oh, but now I can't because I've got a whole like set of chapters I can't read. But I feel like that would have been quickly remedied. I just don't know what to do with the extra copy, because an extra copy is absolutely useless. It does nothing for me, unless the only thing I could do, if I didn't sell it or get a return, is take panels out, use it as decoration somehow, but I don't know where and why.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So
Harry
you
the
are
boy.
Harry. Evrart was half
I'm
right.
just Harry.
Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
My name is Harry.
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Harry Dubois it is then.
At least to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you
Journal?
rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
You mean like a journal, just like writing stuff down, or like scrapbook journal, or? Because I sometimes, like, there's very brief pockets in my life where I will journal or diary, but nothing ever is constant. It might be that I do something for a few weeks, like 2 weeks or something like that, and then maybe months or a year or two goes by where I don't, and then I pick it back up. But I'm never consistent with something like that. A good nonsense journal? I had something like that on my first major job. I had like something I called the scrapbook. It started out as a notepad that I had for work to write stuff down, but then I then got a second small thing that I would just use to keep track of stuff and write stuff down. I feel like that had I was gonna say it had a good impact, but it was something, you know? I don't know if it was positive. It definitely wasn't negative, but I don't know if I could say it was a positive. It was just like, it was something. What's the rank?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What's Lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
So we're on the same. And W.
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Oh, decline.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's the compagnon?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos.
I do nonsense journals where I can write stuff or tape in stuff I did or got in the mail and keep stickers I bought. I feel like I learned a little bit about you as well, Blue. That's a good idea. Because I'm always like, oh man, I don't know, I don't want to stick these things down. Like, I don't want to waste these, and then you keep them and you never use them. It's like fucking potions in a video game. You keep them for when you'll want to use them, or when the time is right, but that never comes around. You just end up hoarding it and then you never use it. So it's not a bad idea. I know you've recommended that to me before, like a year or two ago. The thing is, I have this big empty book. It is a big empty book as well. It's like A4 sized. No, just empty pages of stuff. But I don't really do a lot. It's empty, but this book isn't without history. So already there's like, an empty book with history to it.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers.
It's for nobody but myself,
Then there are
yeah.
the
That's
patrol officers, then
there's no
sergeant,
pressure to do
lieutenant,
anything, just stick
then a
stuff in.
captain. That's basically it. Except
I
for
think
a
that's
few
the thing, I put pressure, it's just for myself, and then I think to myself, well, what if I showed it to somebody? But showing it to nobody, like it's not for anyone, but for myself. But in my brain then I'm like, imagining what if I did show it to somebody. Maybe I don't feel, that's maybe a thing, like, I don't feel like, oh my, it's like, maybe like I fear that somebody will see it. So I have to think, maybe I'm thinking ahead of like, oh, what if somebody did see it? But then that's not true, because I've journaled stuff before. Like I've written diary stuff down before where it's like, it's very like inner personal shit, just like rattling off from the top of my head, where like, that would be unsavory if somebody saw it. So it doesn't matter. Maybe it's just an excuse my brain is coming up with so I don't do it. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are patrol officers, sergeants, lieutenants, then captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
Things like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
Right, satellite officer was the guy. What's a satellite
You are
officer?
given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Okay, so you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior? No. So you're putting up with me because we're the same rank?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it. Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly
You have one
in amber.
you can do
It
whatever,
reads,
you have one where you can show off. Make a journal that's for showing. I mean, so I have like a cork board up on my room that I think I got a couple of years back, I think I bought it like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was like a place for me, like I was like, I want to have something just to put up on the wall, like things that I've done that I can look back on, remember. And there's stuff up there for sure. It's nice. It's to just have that. Like, there's stuff. Some of it's just garbage stickers that I put up there just to like have, because it's a corkboard, so it's gonna get pierced anyway. So who cares? But yeah, there's a lot of different memories on there. And I forget that it's there sometimes, right? because it's like it becomes part of the scenery, part of the furniture. You don't think about it, but then when I actually take a moment to look at it, even though they're like memories and you know, you can say that some things are bittersweet, I'm still smiling about those individual events because I can remember exactly, like I can take myself back to that day or like that moment when that memory happened, when it was happy, you know, or like it was interesting, something interesting was happening. Yeah. I guess that's my kind of. I guess that's my journal, right? Is a corkboard. Horrendously hipster.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Date of issue 7th November 50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
I refused 4 months ago.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
A lot can happen
Only
in
4 months.
Especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
A lot can happen in 4 months, you're right.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct.
It works, it
41,
works.
Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
Is what?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiayeva. He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. They must be big. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate.
Okay. That's all very interesting. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind, yeah. What happened in those last 4 months, Harry? What happened to you, man? Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and forgotten chairs. Okay. Did you have any? Have you had any interesting dreams recently? Just a lone chair in here. A dark red chair in the dim of the light. What was that? What was that? Cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. A bow tie? Yo. And a postcard? Get that bow tie on, boy. +2 to drama. Oh wait, but that doesn't matter, because... Oh no, it does matter. I kind of want to put the bow tie on. Oh. What's my Inland Empire? Is that Motor? No, Psyche. And that bumps me up just by 1? Or... Got feelings. Yeah. I mean, I've already got a high... I mean, +2, that's 4 at the moment. Inland Empire is 3. They'd be the same. But gut feeling versus just being a good liar. I mean, I might as well min-max it. My reaction speed, like 1. And my rhetoric at the moment, 6. Maybe that's... I mean... no. It's fine. -1 logic. Logic. What am I wearing right now? Commander's jacket. Bro, I look like a fucking clown. Which is okay. Do I follow my footprints? What this? Houses. No, let me follow footprints. Let's retrace my steps. Sounds of life in the north. The washboard scrubs filth from fabric. City blocks charred. Atmosphere. Yep. Fuck are they? Whoa. Just too thick and thorny to pass through. For sure. Wait, let me follow these. Follow these booty prints.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
What would I be doing under
I
there?
don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
Nothing. E-boy clown? I hate that I have nothing to say to that.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
NPC tuber, let's go. What if it was just like the most, I tell you what, like the most NPC tuber, like just, it's a PNG, but it's like Harpy, or it's like the streamer, but using those horrendous like anime cartoon filters that people use. Yeah, and it's just, yeah, there's just like no life to it. It's just those really generic filters. Like one stream? No, I was talking about, just imagine if that was like a streamer's like PNG thing. Like it's just ultra it's like, you know what I mean though, right? It's like when somebody like takes a picture of themselves and then it gets like cartoonified or animeified, and it's like it is them but it's not, because it's smoothing the surface so much that it kind of removes all of their personality. It's like I've got a lot of like spots or moles on my face, especially on this side, a few here, but like you imagine that just sands that all away. Like you can't wait, which side is it? No, it would be this side. So yeah, it'd be like, there's a lot there. You can see it in like pictures. Maybe not so well on stream. But like that would just sand it all away, and it would just be like, and then when they speak it like lights up, and yeah, whatever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like using PNG tuber stuff. As long as your like thing that you're using, your avatar, your mascot has some, you know, individuality to it. It's got something going on. I'm not talking about somebody drawing an anime character, right, to use as their thing. I'm talking about like they're using their thing as like a thing, and then they're using like AI or an Instagram filter or a TikTok filter. Like, you do what you want, man. You do you. I was thinking like it would be more fun to like have a joke VR thing, and I was thinking I watched a Vinny VOD, and he was playing Suika game clones, and was using the meat VTuber, which was fun. I like regular normal things. Yeah, I'm boring. I like earth tones and unmarked clothing.
I know.
Unbranded.
These inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this.
Yeah,
You're a
yeah,
little more moralist now, buddy.
Oh yeah.
A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
As a meat VTuber?
Makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
This is what
no,
wearing
I mean,
boring office trousers does to you.
I'm talking about like Vine Source meat, right? Not like someone as a like steak, not someone that VTubers. Although that would be cool. I'd watch that person if their VTuber model was like a like a comedy, like chicken wing, or a slice of steak. That would be funny to me. But yeah, Vine Source meat. He was playing Suika game clones, and there was one clone that he played that actually looked good. It's like, although it's like double the price of Suika game, on itch.io, it's constellation. It's like 8-bit, 16-bit, but it's planets instead. And it looked cool. Dude, that looks so dodgy. What are these fish doing here? Fine cavalry boots, you say? Well, I don't mind if I do. I'm starting to craft a look here. Man, I knew as soon as this took off, there would be a bunch of dude, you knew. Because it was just the website I showed you in the Switch game that was only available in Japan. I mean, the website version must be like... Surely that's a clone of the game, right? Because that website version kind of sucks ass. But... Turns out Suika game was a clone of a game that came before it. But... It's not surprising because it doesn't have any personality to it.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quarry. Or the quay? Considering an overturned boat, a sword and a scabbard hung from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible.
Free
Has
is
been
free,
since they built
so it's
this
not
place.
surprising. Genshin is a clone with clones now. Yeah, I mean, Tower of Fantasy is the most notable one. I played Tower of Fantasy for a couple weeks, and that's the most Genshin clone of it. Which, I'm gonna say, I didn't mind it, because it did some things that I didn't like. It did some things right that Genshin either didn't do or did wrong, but it's still a free-to-play clone of a clone. It's a derivative in many aspects. It was junk food for a while. But, yeah.
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
You tried Suika game on... Oh no, sorry, you tried Tower of Fantasy? Yeah. Yeah, it was... I mean, you get mounts. Yeah, you get mounts, which makes traversal a lot less tedious. The characters seemed a bit more enjoyable. It wasn't just like jiggle physics titty anime girls. I mean, it was still there, of course it was. It was a fucking anime game. It was a Genshin clone, but... I'm trying to think about... Yeah, I remember now. You could... Yeah, you could play... You could play as the gacha characters, or you could play as your avatar with those weapons instead. And there seemed to be a somewhat interesting story, although I remember when Genshin like was about to release and I wanted to try it, and I paid attention to the beginning story and the lore, I was like, this is interesting. And then you get into Liyue, and I'm like, oh my god, it fucking drags, and I didn't give a shit anymore. The whole idea about, you know, it takes the whole isekai dog shit thing about some MMOs, and it makes it like a thing. Like, you and your sibling are like gamers, basically. You travel to different worlds, you know, and then something happened. Like, it gave it... There was actually thought behind it, and I dig that. Like, you two are world travelers, which is like, you know, you're gamers, basically. You go to different worlds and you experience shit. I'm like, okay, that's a neat way of doing it. And then something happens, you guys fall, and there's clearly a time skip between when you get separated from your sibling. I'm like, that's a really intriguing idea. I like that idea. And then it just fucking drags on, and I'm like, oh, like, you could do that in a way where it's not complete dog shit, but I don't care about Liyue. I don't care about all the shit that goes on there. I lost interest, and the game's not, like, it doesn't hold me for long enough for me to care. Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy. Just
Why do you need
for
to intimidate people?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
People have been saying it gets good towards the end. I don't give a shit. With 14, that you have actual, like... You have something to actually back that up with, because if something like 14 failed, they wouldn't be able to greenlight continuous expansions. With something that is a gacha game like Genshin, where a lot of money is going from people just wanting their favorite characters, they will always have something to bankroll that shit. Like, if somebody tells me, bro, vanilla game is dog shit, but you think, well, there's 4 other expansions, it's got to be worth something, right? There is something down the road. With Genshin, it's like, I can't. I just cannot. Also, maybe there's a little difference there with... Like, with 14, there's a solid combat system there. Even if the base game is ass, or at least the base game isn't ass, but the vanilla story is ass, right? You're going to be spending 30 hours on a story that you don't really care for. At least the gameplay itself is solid, and there's a loop to that you can enjoy. And at the very least, there's other different classes you can dip into. Like, it'll take you 5 minutes to get a new class, and there you go, you're playing something new. It's enjoyable. You don't have to be tied down. Whereas Genshin, you've got to roll in another character, which, you know, God forbid, you get duplicates or something that doesn't feel fun to play. And even then, the combat's not actually that fun. It's just button spam, and you get 3 skills to use. Ugh. So I don't know. Oh, you meant Tower Fantasy. I mean, I was more interested in Tower Fantasy story than Genshin's. Like I said, Genshin started off with an interesting concept, and then it just starts fucking pulling teeth. But yeah, Tower Fantasy is a free-to-play junk food game, and it's not something I can really... Yeah. So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where is your husband?
Gone.
Where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty.
Ow.
The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss,
I wasn't
know
going to do that.
It was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. No. Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. Tell them to let go and move on.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and when life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where two kids are playing with what look like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
It's just matter of fact. It's just how it is.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Is that your boat?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days, huh?
Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat.
Come. When do you think the boat will be ready?
In time, when the sea turns and the winds settle, she will be ready.
Okay.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
You haven't found a gun, have
Keep
you?
it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Interesting. What have you found?
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Bloody hell.
Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies. Who's human? A mine? The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs. I need info on this. Major narc. This looks bad. Why don't you leave? Eh? Why didn't you ever leave this place?
Go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Somewhere away from all this sadness. How dramatic.
People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads scattered across an endless plain in a dystopian world where tear is the only valid currency and people eat each other to stay alive.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
She needs to go on a date with another drunk badly. No, Kim's presence makes it awkward. Don't know a good spot yet. -6. Dress code. Man of Charms. Looking for someone. Maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'm looking for a missing cryptozoologist.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals who are hard to
Aha.
find.
Like snowmen.
Snowmen?
2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Where did they go?
Don't really know. further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
No, that's
Well,
all.
how can I assist you then, officer?
For nothing. That's good for now. Thank you. Let's do some breaking and entering. Never mind. Let's have a quick chat with this old lady. And I mean a very brief chat.
Welcome to the fishing village.
Then how does she know you're here?
What do you mean, how does she know I'm here? Her eyes are closed because she can hear. She's not deaf. Please lean in closer. I have... Oh, cataracts. Okay.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually.
That's me. Cool cop.
Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Oh. What kind of ill omen are you talking about? I am an ill omen. If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me? Wait, I was here before?
No, not you personally.
Oh.
I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
There is something really lame about finger guns, but I find it quite endearing in a cool, unironic, lame way. It's like... itself is a joke, you know? But... I don't know.
He was bored.
I find loser stuff
Needed
endearing.
some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
I'm considered an ill omen. Why hasn't anyone told me?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here.
Hipster
as
too
long
bad.
as men with guns aren't chasing
As much as I try to
and
deny it.
maybe even then.
I mean, I wouldn't say I
Because
am.
That's the kind of fishing
But I
village
guess I
we've
give that
built.
vibe off. I don't know. I'd hate to actually, like, I don't know. In a casual sense, maybe. But not in like a way where it's like, oh, this guy's actually a fucking hipster, pretentious and arrogant and so far up themselves they have no self-awareness. That I know.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to
Like the
park
kind
a
of hipsters that
motor-carriage,
move
and not
into
a lot of
gentrified
houses
neighborhoods and
or a
think that
lot
they're
of
the fucking
people.
second coming
My
of Christ,
kids
you
are
know.
long gone,
That they've got
searching
everything
for
figured out
treasure.
and they know exactly what's
So
going on in the
are
world.
others.
You are the chillest hipster. I'm not a hipster, but I just looked like a. Okay, what I will say is that yeah, I think maybe at a glance you could look at Harpy and go, oh, you look like a hipster, but like actual like legit hipsters that live that fucking lifestyle don't look like me. People that like live in Soho or something and like they wear like their fashion sense is very yeah. Well, thank you for shielding my ego. I think I tell you what, I take a lot of my cues unintentionally from like I looked up to those like cool skater kids that grew up in actually grew up in the 90s. Because there were some of them around like when I was growing up and going to school and in my neighborhood where they were just like that would be their thing, or like I don't know why, like I guess guys that would have been like who are now like in their 30s or are 30 in their 30s, whatever, who are like when I was a kid I'd look at them and they were like the cool older teenagers, like they were in bands or they played guitar or they skateboarded, you know, shit like that, and I was like, oh, they're so cool. So and I worked with a guy who was like Like, he must have been like 10 years older than me, like, dude in his 30s, like early 30s. And I guess by all accounts, if you sort of looked at how his life was, you could consider him a loser. Like, he was working a part-time job, like it was basically a dead-end job. All he did was, like, work, get paid, and then he'd, like, smoke weed and would just listen to music with his friends. But there was something that I found kind of endearing about that, because even though it's like there wasn't any higher aspirations, he was really content. He was just like content with his life. He was like chill about it. He was happy where he was. I was like, I think at the time, like, that to me is like, yeah, sure, he's not doing anything crazy or anything wild, but like, dude has found peace with his life and the world, and I'm like, I respect that, you know? You don't have to be doing anything crazy or massive, but if you found your own little slice of nirvana in the world, then I respect that, you know? I respect that. I think that's something that we can all strive for. And if that's being entrepreneurial and that's your nirvana and that's your life, fantastic. If your thing is volunteering and that's where you get, like, that's where you get your contentedness from, yeah. As long as you're happy, you're not harming. Yeah, yeah, for real. But I think for a lot of people, they struggle to find that, and maybe they go their whole lives without finding that. Other people, maybe they find something like that, and they go, oh no, but that's not good enough. I have to achieve more, you know? So.
Ah, look at me ramble on. What
rambling.
brings you to us?
Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
A soapy thumb points to the building. How much?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Okay, I'll take it.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
I won't. I will do everything.
If you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Well, thank you, lady. I'll get to know you a little bit more. That's really kind of you. I'll be sure to repay that if I can. Construction materials we plan to build here left in a hurry. Yep. Okay. Let's. The game autosave. We're gonna go to break chat because I'm desperate for a wee. I need to get some warm drink. I need to get a nice cup of tea. And a croissant as well. I need a little snack. So, hold on, because that's going to bother me. I can see it. I need to up the exposure on the webcam. Because it doesn't do it automatically. That's bugging me. Hold on. Hold on. We'll go with 5. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, that's bright enough. Yeah. And then I'm going to leave it alone, and I'm not going to touch it again. I have to, otherwise it will get darker and darker, and then it'll, like, look terrible. All I have to do is mess with the exposure. I don't have to touch anything else. Just the exposure. Let me get some music up as well, actually. Oh, hold on. Oh, you're... Come on, come on. There you go. You get your croissant. I just wanted to make sure everything was working properly. Okay. Beer beach. Hey, chat. Hello. Okay, so I've got some delicious croissants. They're light and fluffy, also a little bit crispy. Never mind, it's been a whole day in the bag and now it's not so crispy. But I had two this morning that were nice. I think maybe that's just how they get after they've sat in a bag for a whole day. Still tasty. Oh, hang on. It's too good. This is basically like... Is it lunch? It's kind of lunch. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go for the whole 5 small meals a day. I had an omelette this morning. Some croissants. Croissant. I'll have a few more croissants. And I'm gonna have some soup later tonight. We're saying extra special. Oh, hang on. It's actually an extra special croissant, a 2-pack of extra special croissants. So I paid like $5 for 4 croissants. I'd say that's a fair currency conversion. Yeah, $5. What makes them extra special? They're edible. I don't know. They're baked in store. They're fresh. I don't know what does yeah. Wheat flour, butter, water, sugar, yeast, milk, eggs, nothing. What makes them extra special is the love and care they put into making it. I don't fucking know. Did I say extra? Yeah, it does. Yeah, extra special. Oh no. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. The brand is like it's Walmart special. It's special Walmart brand. It's extra special. Is like their like line of it's fancier. So it's not that they're extra special, it's just that it's the store's luxury own brand. Blue, what would be the Walmart? What's the Walmart special brand? So like if you imagine that there's Walmart Essential, or like whatever the name brand, Great Value is like... But that's what like, that would be like, that's Walmart's like brand or whatever, but... do they have something that's like a step up from that? Like, oh, well this is special good. Special good Walmart. Special good Walmart. It's fine if they don't. I'm just wondering if there was. Ooh. I don't think so. That's okay. I just use Walmart as a comparison because that's kind of what Asda is in the UK, because we don't have Walmart, and I think they're owned by the same conglomerate. Let me have a look. Let's go to the wiki. I'm sure they are. If I just type in Asda and Walmart, or just Asda Walmart, let's see what the difference is. Walmart retained an equity investment in Asda, a seat on the board, and okay, so they don't. Wait, hold on. Never mind, they've been bought back. Or at least... Walmart acquired Asda in '99 for $10 billion. In a bet to double the size of the international operations, but sales struggled to compete with the German Aldi and Lidl. And Tesco, Sainsbury's pushing Walmart. Okay, so they used to own Asda. For most of my life, Walmart was a part of Asda. Sorry, Asda was a part of Walmart, but they've now, in recent years, sold the majority stake because it just wasn't working out for them financially. Okay, so it's British again, I guess. Now, go one. So wow, my brain hurts. This music seems really loud to my ear holes. You haven't been to Walmart in a good while? Okay. Walmart became less special when they stopped being 24 hours. Oh, is that recent? Or is that like across the nation that all Walmarts are just not 24 hours anymore? Now no one can go in at 3 AM Goblin mode? That is sad. I mean, it's great for the workers because no one's forced to then... No one's going to be stuck... No poor sod is going to be stuck with a night shift at a Walmart. I think very few individuals actually are able to work well at a night shift. But yeah, as a consumer, that does kind of suck. Oh, it's COVID times? That makes complete sense.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You must be Lillian's
This one
twins.
doesn't
Lillian's
say
twins?
anything,
Lillian's
kicking
twins.
the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Yeah, I said
The
that, but...
stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders.
And his head snaps off and rolls along the concrete.
The other one laughs as well.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
I am.
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
Hard to see details. The colours are all worn and welcome and cozy enough. Okay. A flower through where no one... A flower trough where nothing really grows. It's another child. Oh god.
Hello, mister.
Little Lily. A young girl, barely 4 or 5, sits on the sofa. She's looking at you with frank curiosity.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
I heard there was a girl here who had armoured gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
And do you know where the gloves are now?
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
She's right, they're stupid. She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into one of its remaining eyes as though searching for confirmation.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He enunciates the last two words carefully.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her the important part.
They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Are the twins outside your brothers?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside.
They suck.
They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
They look identical, right? I said the
They
same thing.
look Identical.
Who are you holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like.
She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lammy is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has...
Rip it out of her hands! Take Lammy for yourself! Lammy's mine now.
The eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Oh, okay, well, nice to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy.
So you must be Lillian's daughter.
Yes, I am. Little Lily.
Little
you
Lily.
know my mom?
Yeah, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
That's nice. And what's the bird up there?
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
What's it for?
I don't know.
Do you think I could have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed
Sure.
birds.
Just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
All right. You just need to grab it from the ceiling.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Bye.
She was sweet. Oh, he's just, no check or anything. I just take it. Thank God for that. That could have gone fucking horrendously. There's the sandcar. Armored no, they're not boots. What's the opposite of boots?
Has not been kind
Grabbers.
to Lily's little sandcastle.
Gloves.
The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Reach into the catacombs and pull out the shiny object.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Very nice. +2 interfacing, that's very nice. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. No one's gonna fuck with me
As
now.
you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
I'll be responsible with this. It's not to show off, it's to protect.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. You really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability.
This is the long sought after enemy technology. I can't just enjoy it. I must study it.
Remember, the vitreous enamel material acts as a kinetic redistributor. It's meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, See if there's a weakness in the design.
It's meant for stopping bullets. That's pretty handy. Just, no, you can't shoot me. No. No, oh, don't shoot. No, you can't shoot my head.
For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Hmm. What do they need interfacing for? It was like tool usage and stuff. There was a white check that I failed because I... Well, +2 interfacing. That's a lot of interfacing, my god. Pick locks, pockets, machine master. Move fast. Come on, please, move faster. Looking back at you from rust-colored water. Myself! Rust-eaten letters, Matsu. Mazut. Something. Great tower of a motor carriage adorn the reeds. Water runs from the west. The source upstream. A broken pipe, perhaps? Don't know. I'm not here. A little black swallow circles above you. You can hear it chirp. So I can't get up there, seemingly?
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blond man stands next to his son, pointing to a weather-worn ruin, and he sees you approach and smiles.
New officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How does he know Kim Kitsuragi?
Nice to meet you.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to the worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is, this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
I know what R&D is. I guess I have to ask for the sake of the character.
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Maya Kalpa, you are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
Let's look at the building.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Very interesting. Anyway.
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a...
For a what? Well, thanks for the information.
Thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says,
Tomorrow is just a whisper
tomorrow
away.
is just a whisper.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Another power box. It charges nothing now because it's empty. The fence blocks the path. No way from here. Bars cover the long, dusty windows.
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Have a look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
It might be a clue.
A clue? You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jackets?
No.
Me neither.
You should still take it.
I'm not taking it. Is he looking? I'm taking it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna wear it, but I'll take it. I'm just gonna have a look at it. Makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. That tarp will keep out neither rain nor snow nor wind. So say I. I'm gonna sneeze real bad. Here it comes. It's coming. It's about to happen. Get ready for it. Excuse me.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right
the
here.
lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
That man dead? I suppose so.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Some of the tear.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Examine the cigarette packet.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
And the kebab wrapper?
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it,
Yucky.
as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revish. It's no older than a day or two. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
I mean, yeah, go on then. Let's examine the body.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Oh.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines the face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need
Stands
to
up and
investigate.
Kitsuragi stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, and then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
Examine the chewing gum
Lebowski
wrapper.
spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
Don't take that.
Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
Why'd he put so much in
He
his
ate
mouth?
the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is,
I went home.
I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Examine the guy's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just this one at the back of the
Seems
head.
like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboard.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile.
Oh, I see. So he didn't like slip on the slippery thing. Like that board that leg is on, that like went under, and he's like on whoop.
You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Let's study the clothing.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
Does he have any ID?
Find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
So let's study the man
The
himself.
man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. When damp, these boards are really slippery. Even a sober man could lose their balance here. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
I mean, it looks like another old drunk, right?
And he was married. But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
So what do you think happened?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Well, he was drunk, right?
Oh, yes.
Alcohol poisoning, liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Yes.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure.
What
Although
should
from
we
where
do?
I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
I mean, we found it, so we should finish it, eh?
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years. Stop messing with coin viewers and hold on to something. The wind is strong here, and it's scaring me. Oh? What? Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermented. Yum 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 yum. The alcoholic senses are kicking in again. What's that? What that? Let me in. Let me into this motherfucking container, I swear to God. Oh, another postcard. Coin-operated waiting machine hasn't been used for decades. Mega Beano's prescription lenses. Okay. Can I go there? I can, but I'd have to go all the way around? Really? Oh no, I'm going down here. I've not been down here. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. Yeah, I don't know why you do that. Dead phone smashed. Oh, and then I've... okay. I've found myself again. Big drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. Oh yeah? School of fish huddle around the fence post, then scatter into the dark. Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered from the other side. Full of holes. Could this post hide treasure? I love treasure. Oh, dude, let's go. Look at all this. Oh my god, look at all this. Oh my god, treasure beyond treasure. Yes. Yes. I love a bit of treasure. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall upon you. Sign reads St. Brune 1147. Dusty pews in the shadows, many seem to be missing. An altar shrouded in dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Okay, if I'm going in this old abandoned church, then I need my flashlight out, but I want to explore the area a little bit more. Stop, Lena, I'm like, that's when I know I'm like invested, or I'm not paying any attention to how I'm sitting. Start shrimping. What is this old ass bunker? These rusty gears used to turn that whole machine. Building before you housed the engine. Must have been a big one, huh? Chain trails off into the ocean. Who knows where?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Used to service what?
Probably something that is no longer there.
Okay. Well, just from... I can see that I'm not going to be able to open that, so why even bother? The barrel's been recently discarded. It smells of fuel oil. Oh, does it? Are these scientists around here? How far does this go on? This is crazy. Cigarette butts cleaned away under the rock. Brand. Take a mental note. Does it? Someone's made a campfire here a long time ago. Okay, so no scientists. A rusted, broken control box for a radio relay tower. The ladder's too rusty to climb and the Sierra's eaten away at it. This relay tower coordinates boat traffic. I see, I see. Tiny inlets there. Off in the far distance, where the post trails off. A blue tie. A scented scarf. That's nice. Go, run, faster. Save check? You gamer neck check? Save check? Oh my god, hold up. Yeah, you're right. Well, look at all of that right stuff you're saying. Good old quick save. It's a good thing you said that, because the first time I played this game, or maybe it was the second stream I did earlier in the year, I think the game froze. Why are you walking now? Please run. No, yeah, there you go. So I'm gamer. Oh my god, gamer necking again. Can I get there? Is that a gettable position? It is. I can go under the church. Where are these cryptozoologists anyway? Oh, it's a Karen, right? Must have taken a lot of patience to do that. Hey, there they are! Let me talk to you after I've done my thing. Painted with pastel, someone is trying to bring cheer to the world. Admirable. Crash from some unending party. A pole screwed into the ice pitch tent. Yep. Why is the music getting so... More tribalistic markings. This post is covered with little humanoids.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening.
Oh, never
to
mind, these are
some
not the
new form of
cryptozoologists.
music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry.
Sure, let's
we
go
barely
in.
have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Well, here we are. There's like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Canisters filled with what appear to be water labeled distilled, a moonshine. Pile of nasal sprays, brand Nosafat Ultra. Beaker is big, they use it for
peroxide blonde
festivals.
Hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile.
Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent.
What? I was wondering if you knew who killed the most. No. What?
All-core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air.
Internally I fucking love that.
Hardcore!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feeble-ish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. So hardcore? He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head. That's what I was thinking a moment ago.
One spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
You know what, let me get in on that action.
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
A strangely dressed young man says without looking up from his toolbox, what if I want to speak to you
I
first?
suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in. Get a reading on your sign.
That's ridiculous.
See? It's already going wrong. Sign is off.
Okay.
Scared, angry. It's hard to say which this man is. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
He yells, the tape player high above his head continually blasting strange
Together with this
music.
little burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you
We have many
organised?
in the pipeline, officer.
So you've done
That
fuck all.
means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you here?
We've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Right.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Oh, there's no, this place is pretty bad.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads, burnouts.
He says angrily and spits on a screw and starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Reversholt. Strike that! The world! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I won't stand for narcomaniacs of any kind. Well, what kind?
The spooky kind.
Spookiness is not a matter for police investigation. What do you mean by
I
spooky?
was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into
All right,
it.
man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Who are these? Do you know these people in the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
Better safe than sorry, boys,
Yes.
right?
There's also the machinery. When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water.
That is strange.
Andre, Tell him about the feeling. Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark. No, the other one. Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg. Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't actually seen anybody.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
Can you tell me about the
You
machinery?
should annoyed about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
What thing was watching
Like,
you?
you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you?
Do they need the paranormal detective
Dark
investigator?
shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crabman.
Crabman.
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Ambush behavior. Crabman.
Crabman! Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
So how can you be sure there's burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't seen them?
Honestly, I can't, but I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I don't see a single thing wrong with that argument.
70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you.
Alright, let's talk about something else.
What?
I know Noid has his signs, but what's the deal with Egghead?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
How do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
Have you ever really talked to him?
Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
That's endearing. Well, that's all for now, boys.
Oh, you should have the key. We had to padlock the door to the church to keep more vagrants from wandering in. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
Be the cool cop and catch the key as it flies towards you. Let's go. Yeah. The speed freak dips in his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden cool infused move, tossing it in your... Oh, yeah. We're gonna catch that. We're gonna be fucking cool.
You sense
We're the cool cop, remember?
The little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Catch it.
The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Don't even look at
As
them.
always,
I'm that cool.
We'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah.
Yes?
Nothing. We're just that cool. Don't even worry about it. Don't you even stress about it, Kitsuragi. We were just doing our own thing, you know. We were just maxing out, being chill. I forget what Half-Light does. Half-Light is physique, right? Let the body take control, threaten people. Oh, I don't want Half-Light. That's like physical intimidation. I don't fuck with that. -1 empathy. No, I'm good. I'm good with what I've got. Yeah, I'm good with what I got. A cell, right?
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh. Hello there.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks, posse. It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
You must be Estelle.
That's my name. I take it you have met the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club thing?
They did.
Will you help us?
Yeah, I'll help.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will you? We've been waiting for weeks here.
You must be freezing. Do you not have a hat?
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little
louder. I said you should have a hat
Why
on.
should you?
Come to think of it, I should.
I don't know, some kind of a store? Maybe a general store? Look, man, fuck the hat.
Okay, you good?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
There's a pained expression on her face. She'll answer your question now. The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurting out crab man than the others.
Well, you see, go ahead and tell me.
Okay.
We'll see.
I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me, right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
What did this crab man look like?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
Come on. Quit fucking around. What did he look like?
He looked like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
No. I believe that what you think you saw is what you saw.
Why?
I mean, what would you gain from lying?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
Can you tell me about your
My
boys?
associates. I haven't got much to say about them.
You must know something
Of
about
course
them,
I
eh?
do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
I can respect that.
To the cops.
To the yeah. Okay, I'll ask you about this
Don't know
later.
what makes you think it'll be any different later, but
No, you'll see. What are you doing here?
recording, I guess.
What are you recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the old headphones?
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them. I
Or?
don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
And what are these recordings for? The cracks
The
and the
musicians
footsteps?
in the Elysium used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible.
Damn.
Like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill. the quivering jaw. Indications of a drug high.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that,
Kitsuragi.
Uncle. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
He throws you a glance. Now this is where a hat would come in handy. You said it's supposed to be a music place. Did you mean the one that's planned? You said it's supposed to be a music place. Did you mean the one Andrew's got planned? The church?
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
The boys.
Yeah, Andre and the guys.
Yeah, obviously I know that. Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff, like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Like the headphones your boyfriend stole? Why not leave some of it outside so you don't freeze?
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Why not leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead.
You tell me about the music player. Well, let me tell. What's this device?
It's a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
With the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside.
Yeah,
nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
Did you get the mic?
Same place I got the recorder from. The Palaceum. Sure.
How's it work?
The mic? I don't exactly know.
Yeah, well,
okay.
Whatever. When we're at the music place you guys have been planning.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
She looks at the old wooden church up on the poles as a mean wind comes billowing in. The 6-story structure lets out a doleful shriek. That's
Go
it.
ahead. Okay.
I'll leave you be. Alright, let's get going. To your right, a white-bellied... Well, that's to my left. But sure. The bird is looking at me suspiciously. Well, fuck the bird. Right, let's go in and...
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Okay, well, let's open the key. Let's open the lock with the key.
Let's go.
Let's go.
A whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
In the heart of the city. Ooh, that's cool. The machine. Der Maschine. Oh god, what the fuck is that? Oh no, that's part of the carpentry. Strange stillfulness. Stillness fills as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. Okay. More of forked lightning patterns you saw outside. This grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. Something to do with radio frequencies? Oh, is this where they've like reset their stuff up? I don't get what's with the water bowls though. Like, I know it's conductive. The bowl's full of water, a live wire runs directly into it. Could these wires work as contact microphones?
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
I think I hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it. But for the faintest of hums, you can hardly hear your own breathing.
Yell as loud as you
Your
can.
voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers.
And then stomp my feet and
You
clap
produce
my
a few
hands.
muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Yo, Kim, what the fuck?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost not really, but it's extraordinary. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
Hey, what if there's something paranormal? Paranatural?
Please, detective, not this again.
Let's look into the bell
Orderly
tower.
rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Let's try. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Can we see anything? Wa da 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 da.
It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the other shadows.
All of the shadow's movements.
It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends.
Officer, is there something up there?
The lieutenant follows your gaze, attempting to see whatever it is that you're looking at.
No. You've lost sight of it. Where did it go?
On the ceiling?
The darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away.
I blink deliberately. Oh god, it's not gonna like jump scare me, is it? Oh my god, it's a man
You
creature.
See something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Yeah, we'll talk to it in a bit. I mean, I don't obviously need the flashlight. I should probably take the flashlight off. 2 decks of reel-to-reel music-y. Little Harman Washi tape recorder. Someone siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. Okay.
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass
that is some
window.
strange
It's turned
sound.
on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps. He
Really?
thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
Okay,
We
don't
should
touch
leave.
shit.
I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
Yes, but this machine looks just like the one in Doomed commercial
It's
area.
also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
He inspects the machine's framework carefully, not to
The
touch
one you saw
anything.
earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible interim printer.
Let me investigate
You
it.
see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
That is very not diamond-shaped. Look inside the
Behind the
compartment.
hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater.
No.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Leave me alone, woman? Sure. Why
Your
not?
knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass.
Close
The
your
world
eyes.
is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. The ocean feels distant, its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you.
And open the eyes.
The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
Same as you get
Your
up.
fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Dolores
Yes.
Day.
I wasn't sure before, but this must be the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez. It's called the Small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew this place?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
Dusty
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials. We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
A pang of guilt. The lieutenant is leaving something out.
Do you know why it was
I
abandoned?
have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces.
Sanctioned that.
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I don't remember
I am
being
pretty
here.
sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
If I was here, I want to find out what I was
Good
doing.
luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
How did I know this was the mother of humanism?
It's a mystery sprinkled with self-pity and regret. For some reason, unknown to your mind, looking at her delicate eyes makes you feel like you're ready for drowning. All you know is, this is the young mother of humanity, and that you should go. Do something else. Escape her sad, worry-worn look.
Let me pretend like I can reconstruct the thing in my
Jigsaw
brain
of
hole.
broken shards
I can.
falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
What shattered the mosaic?
Unknown.
Who's the older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, 30 years, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its
Does the motto say, brain?
Below both women, in luminous black letters. And then along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré.
Lieutenant, this used to say after life, death, after...
Death. Life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
So what's the motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like the other one better.
So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax...
I've got to not be such a corrupt cop. New shoes. You da da ba da da da. Without a love of my own. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. +1 rhetoric. Let's do encyclopedia. No. Drama, interfacing. I don't really need interfacing right now. Electrochemistry is body signals. That's kind of... that does nothing for me. Chemistry, electrochemistry, electrochemistry, electrochemistry. Love and be loved by drugs. Maybe... Animal within you at high levels. Electrochemistry makes you a man of unrestrained pleasure and unrepentant. No, actually, I don't need electrochemistry. Never mind. Let me take some free money. I love free money. No, don't. That's a lie. Why does Kitsuragi get to go that way and I have to... What the fuck? Excuse... What the fuck? Why are we going this way? Spider has spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. I want to speak to Crabman, but I gotta explore everything else. I gotta soak up as much info as possible. I don't want to fuck up the machine in the corner. Cracked pane of glass is colourful. It came from the stained glass window and still has letters on it. Hold on. Let me put my plastic bag of goodies down, because maybe I can... Yeah. Exactly. Pain threshold. Mesk... Oh, wait, and there's that Mesk Banger... Red... Wait, hold on. These Zappa snakeskin shoes have an almost invisible white-on-white flower motif sewn on the tongue. What's on my neck right now? +2 drama. I mean, my drama's pretty good anyway. But that's also kind of sucks. Allergies? What? Physical instrument because allergy. Oh, because it make me sniffle. Bangers don't cry. Necktie is adorned with a garish pattern. Disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will not betray it by changing for some boring scarf. Well, guess what? I'm a new man. Figure drawn in frost on the window depicting a deer. Okay. Right. Let's do it. Hold on. Wait. An at. An hat. What's my rhetoric at? 6. I can take but my reaction speed... No, I don't need a hat, man.
The shadow is a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. He is studying you intently.
Am I... Oh.
The crab man.
say nothing and be quiet for now.
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place.
The right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too.
I would be
It's
too.
all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Yeah, I guess I have had a bit of a problem. It's been getting out of hand lately, but...
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it.
No, I get
Not
it.
all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
You got a
Don't
point.
trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Do you know where the other spooker is?
Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
The Aita is Grandma?
Wait, so there is another person living in the church?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young.
This is our 8th Hardy.
Or maybe not that young. Age is
just need
just
to
one of the many
figure it
masks
out.
we wear.
And you don't know where she
That's
is?
what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that when you both
Don't
live
really
here?
follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
What does she look like?
I'm
Who is she?
afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a
the
nightclub.
ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
They have a reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
So what do you think about the nightclub?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
I can't believe that. Wow.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Okay, well, thank you. I can't believe how well that turned out. That turned out really fucking well. Let me get some glasses on. My glasses. Oh god, somebody help me find my glasses. My authority is already dog shit, so what can it hurt? Although having +2 into encyclopedia is pretty good. Visual calculus. Drama is pretty high already. Visual calculus would be 6, so... But that seems more useful. Nah. I need to be more empathetic, actually. I don't need to be... Yeah, we'll keep the... Yeah, we'll do that. It just brought to your attention that you're an alcoholic, and that it's a sickness, and it's killing you. You're clawing on your knees. You're crawling on your knees through life. Your booze-filled belly dragging on the ground. Your brain now fuzzy, now in overdrive. Your hair sticking together with today's cold sweat and yesterday's vomit. Perhaps they're right. Anything is better than this. Even bone-dry reality itself. Maybe you can quit. Maybe I can quit. Let's try to reform. Somewhat.
The machine's keyboard is still.
Press play.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her
Hello,
voice
old lady.
sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident on Saint-Brune. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
I looked inside the core, but the tape... Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
Personal log just says February to March.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
I don't know the password.
I will register Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Fortress accident like the one in the doomed commercial
I have
district.
2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brune, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brune. That's the church.
Hmm.
And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with?
No, thank you.
Goodbye, Fortress accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons. Nothing happens.
I thought so. Let's go speak to Tiago. I think his name was Tiago.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
What was that about coffee?
Look, man. I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee.
Have you by chance heard the grandma say a password to her radio
Too
computer?
many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
I'm doing a survey of passcodes. Sure, let's go with drama. Identifying religious trends in the interests of public safety,
Don't
of course.
sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death. What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
So you must be the crab
Never
man.
known myself to be a crab, but if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
That's your neighbors that came up with that
I
name,
always
not me.
thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
What were you before you became the
I
crab
was in
man?
a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
I lost my memory too, but I like it. I like to get a chance to create a new me. Sure, that feels like I'd be appealing to his better self. So I used to be in a gang, but don't remember. I used to create a new me, start again from
That's
scratch.
not really the point, I say.
Oh dear.
You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
I mean, it might as well introduce
That's
myself.
just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
What are you doing
This
here,
is
anyway?
a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness. This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
What'll happen when you drink from the perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Were these yours?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
They look pretty dapper, actually.
The Mother of Silence, you mean her?
No. There's a new god in town. And she can be painted or sculpted. Because she has no limb or even a face. She is the end. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me. But I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams.
I think we're done here, essay.
Sure, man.
That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant to our investigation.
Oh, in due time, Katsuragi. We're gonna go do this log. Or some such. We're gonna maybe, look, just you know.
The machine's keyboard is the speaker.
Good afternoon. Good.
I have my password.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife, death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident. Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is the printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Let's read
the
it.
First entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Think this might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Eska series, something advanced.
You'd need an antenna for the radio.
Why would
thing,
anyone
right?
need any of this equipment here?
For setting up a radio computer.
Yeah.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Data loss.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
But who are these people, man?
People worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
But what could it be? And then looking at the water basins
Lieutenant
behind it.
doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do
Hey, that
anything
was
about it.
me.
The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
That's me. I was the one who broke into the radio computer, and the storekeeper must be placing.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with that machine.
Who cares?
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines.
Yeah.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also, some canned air.
Canned air?
The reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Hello. I'm just reading stuff. How you doing?
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you. She holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
I can assure you I'm an expert circuit bender. I'm not breaking into your computer. I'm using it to access the collection. Yeah. I get away with that bullshit. We're here on a side case representing certain music for no. We're not breaking in. I'm in pursuit of a mysterious lead. No. Oh, let's lie.
There are no coalition military data links. And even if there was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
No one asked you to do anything interesting with my radio computer. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
No.
You should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Didn't do nothing.
The library
Look at the
card
library
is
card.
folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
The back
If
side.
lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211. Or visit
96.
us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Good idea. There was plenty of information here to go by.
Look inside the library
Whoever
card.
owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Go on then.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Man, this is fucking disgusting.
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Of course I
Some
can.
secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Well, I'm gonna think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
If I wipe my hands on my pants.
What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. This is
Disaster.
a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Silly, silly. Throw that away. Get out of here. Sol refuses to talk about her friends. Maybe she'll open up after you've talked about the stuff. Help the Ravers start a nightclub. Sync the signs with Noid, bro. Solve the egghead puzzle. Dead body on the boardwalk and take the stuffed bird to Gracht. Your authority decides Harley. Find a murder weapon. Okay, can we talk now?
What is it?
I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Nice. Are you the lead programmer for Weral Untethered, by chance?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
Sorry, but who are you and what are you doing
I
here?
am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Why are there so many, what are you doing in this abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
You're You're occupying public space, so I need to know what you're doing
I'm
here.
conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
What research?
I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, but what do you mean by a hole in the world?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your
That's
answer.
a little above your pay grade at the moment.
At the moment. I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist, which is what I've been trying to do.
The absence.
I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
You have any idea where the hole's located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
Where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Why isn't your research going well?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world.
Great. Thanks.
You've seen
No?
the Crabman, right? But you know he's around.
Yes.
He's seen you.
And?
The Crabman has seen
I don't
you.
care. I don't care about crabmen.
Why is
I
there so
brought
many
them
machines here?
These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need the antenna?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit.
For the radio computer. And that's
Yes?
processing it.
You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
I know a little.
Alright. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
And the R1 is a
Yes,
good one?
it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it.
Cool.
Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything.
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
Nice. What are the balls of water good for?
They are connected to my RAIN prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay?
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
I'll try not to touch anything.
Great.
How do you feel about anodic music?
I hate it.
Yeah, me too. It doesn't connect here.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Okay.
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
What do they want to build?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Youth center would be nice.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
Okay, alright. Well, I'll leave you be. They wanna... what do they want to build? A distillery? An old moonshine distillery? Okay. Let's have a quick old savey save. And that's gonna do it for the stream for today. Boyos. Oh god, this game. Even though most of it's just listening, there's so much information to take in, it's wild. Like, there's so much going on. And I've said it every time I've streamed this game, but I do not feel smart enough for it. So, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna put on music, close the game down, and have a stretch. So, there won't be a stream tomorrow. There will be a stream on Thursday, and we're going to be playing some Kingsfield 3, but it's only known as Kingsfield 2 in the West, so it's going to be the third Kingsfield, because that's probably the most approachable one in the series that is still very much Kingsfield. And then going to be playing a little bit more Final Fantasy XIV if I start pulling my hair out playing Kingsfield 3, which may be which might happen. So yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is gonna like happen, probably, definitely. Just chill content stuff, like doing. I think I want to do some more like Mount Rockon, just variant dungeon stuff, Rockon and Aloe Island. I don't think there's anything else that I can do that's new content I can think about. No, everything else I would have done, apart from doing any extremes or savage raiding, but that's not really stream content, for me at least. So yeah. No stream tomorrow. Very much likely. I'm just gonna relax and chill. But Thursday, and then Friday, I have no idea what I'm gonna stream on Friday, but we're gonna be about. So yeah. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. I'm very tired. I need to go eat some food. Probably have a sleep. So yeah, take care. Thanks for joining. Bye bye. Bye bye.